Good morning. James County Commissioner Court come to order. It's July 14, 2026, 9:30 a.m. County Courtroom, Illinois, Texas, now 9:36 a.m. All rise, Bob Collins, you'll open us in prayer, please.
Lord, we come before you today just to here at Chambers County to thank you for how you blessed us. Lord, we just ask you to be with those that are hurting, those that lost loved ones, those that are suffering right now that whatever reason it might be, you are the great comforter, you are the great healer. We just use to you there. And Lord, we ask you to be with us as we make decisions, all of us. And may these decisions be something to glorify you in your name. And guide us and direct us, keep us all safe as we leave this place and trust in you. Amen.
Amen. Going to the pledge. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. All right, citizens' comments, 1.1. Frederick? Go on up, sir. You have 3 minutes to state your name for the record.
Frederick Johnson, Hancomer Volunteer Fire Department. My public comment is I just wanted to thank Mr. Gore and whoever else was involved. That we had a vehicle leave Highway 61, I think almost 2 weeks ago. Went by the church, they were coming southbound, went between the fire station and the old fire station, and knocked our fuel tank out in the middle of nowhere with 350 gallons of fuel in it, flat somewhere around there. Called him up, wanted to show him what was going on. He came over really good, and in the last week and a half, something like that, we've had a lot of activity getting everything fixed back up. We do appreciate it very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you all. So that's the 4th hit in 12 years to that station.
That's crazy.
May I make a comment? Judge, I feel like a forum if you,
Yeah.
it's okay. I thank Fred and them for what they do. Also, I mentioned it to the sheriff. This accident happened about between 12 and 12:30 in the middle of the day. Nobody around. The vehicle left the scene. The sheriff's department showed up. DPS showed up. Found a piece of that vehicle on scene. Done what they do. The flock camera. We've been hearing a bunch of stuff about flock cameras. Flock camera on Highway 61 going towards Liberty, Texas. By 2:30, they had located that vehicle in Liberty, Texas because of that flock camera. So, I mean, the guy, even though he fled the scene, with the sheriff's department and investigators, they were able to catch this person, and hopefully he has insurance to help us compensate for some of what the taxpayers are out.
Thanks, sir. Jimmy. All right, Robert Hall, Bobby Hall.
I'll speak to it at the time the agenda comes up.
What if I don't want? I'm kidding.
You may come now?
No, it's okay. All right, let's go down to 2.1, discuss and consider 2025 annual comprehensive financial report and single audit. Aaron?
Good morning, everyone. I've got Cameron Aaron did the presentation for the single audit for last year.
There you
Appreciate
go.
it.
Thank you, commissioners. It's great to be here. Thank you, Aaron, for all the help that you've given us.
Hold on, let me hold him in contempt court. Will you state your name for the record and who you with?
Yes, my name is Cameron Aaron. I'm a supervisor with Patilla Brown and Hill.
It's all right. Circus up here this morning.
But we are pleased to present the audited annual financial statements for the year ended December 31st of 2025. You should have 3 deliverables. We have the big copy is the ACFR as presented. There's a separate smaller report for the single audit, which over federal expenditures, schedule of expenditures of federal awards that are in there, and then a separate communication letter, which we are required to either tell you in person or in written form, and it's easy just to hand that off to you. I'll start with our, the big one, the ACFR. On page 1, you'll see at the top, Independent Auditors Report. This is our opinion letter that we are giving over the financial statements themselves. And in the second paragraph, it says, in our opinion, the accompanying financial statements present fairly in all material respects. The respective financial position of the governmental activities, business type activities, each major fund and aggregate remaining fund, information for Chambers County for the year end December 31st, 2025. That's a clean opinion that we're saying that users of these financial statements can rely on them in all material respects. So congratulations to the finance team who put this together. There's also in the, I'll go ahead and jump over to the single audit because there's another couple of letters in here. There is, over the single audit report, we are issuing another opinion since the county spent over $1 million in federal awards. It triggers a second audit on top of the financial statements. And on page 6 and 7, that schedule lists all the federal programs that the county had. There was $6.5 million spent in federal awards, and the biggest ones were Community Development Block Grant, which was $2.5 million, and then down the page on page 6 in the middle, Go NISA, which was $1.6 million, that we had to test on top of the financial statements and make sure that those grants are being managed appropriately in accordance with federal and state guidelines and specific grant guidelines over these specific programs. And our opinion on that was actually on page 3, 4, and 5 is our opinion. And the second paragraph, again, in our opinion, Chambers County complied in all material respects with the compliance requirements referred to in the above paragraph that could have a direct and material effect on the major federal programs for the year ended December 31st, 2025. So we did not have any findings or any issues over those specific programs that we found, that we tested. So again, congratulations to those involved over those grant programs and managing those. There's a separate letter just above Independent Auditor's Report on Internal Control of Financial Reporting in accordance with government auditing standards. What this requires us to do is when we come out for planning, we're walking through different departments, payroll, any cash receipt processes and procedures. We have to verify that internal controls are in place in various departments in order to capture those in the accounting records appropriately. So we did have one finding, not specific to any department itself. There is, I'll flip back over and explain what that one was. In the big ACFR, there is the Chambers County Justice Center Public Facilities Corporation. There's actually an error correction on page 20 over the new Justice Center that's being built. I know the contract is a little bit different than normally. I didn't go out and get bonds yourselves. There's actually, it's called a P3, a public-private partnership, so which complicates things. And so in FY24, there were funds sitting in escrow passed off onto the third party, which the county didn't actually hold those funds. So we needed to take those cash balances off. The Justice Center was tested over capital assets and that sort of stuff. So there wasn't any problem managing the project that we saw. It was just the accounting records that cash didn't need to be sitting there. Really, the flow of money is kind of very tricky and complicated from an accounting standpoint. There's actually money is sent there. It comes back in a receivable, turnaround being paid principal and interest. and there's actually a right to use asset associated with it. There's the construction piece that the third party is actually doing is a separate section, but that was the finding basically. Since it was, we had to report a material correction, but there was no other problem with the project itself. So there was that. The other thing I'd like to touch on, you'll see the major funds listed on page 19 and 20. Debt service, health service, sales tax, and certificates of obligation were major funds in 2024. They're actually non-major, so they're still there, but they're in the back of the report, shown separately, and they're really included in non-major governmental, which is aggregate other non-major funds, but reported separately in the back. But you'll see the general fund, the road and bridge, certificates of obligation 24 and 25 were major, so those are shown separately up at the front. And the general fund, 77 million in revenues that came in, 85 million in expenditures, and with an ending fund balance, ending equity of 44.5 million, which looks to be a fairly healthy fund balance when you compare the expenditures for the year. Assuming you have no money, going forward, coming in, that should last you at least half a year, which most governments are trying to keep up with a minimum of 2 to 3 months. Really are sitting about 6 months, so really healthy fund balance to keep.
And that was kind of like, it went down due to all these new projects we have that we had money for that we're spending now, like the Chambers Parkway, Summit Cloud Park, that was $9.5 million, and then we bought some land last year also for drainage, so that's why it went.
Yeah.
Went down, but it's still healthy.
Yes, yeah.
Very healthy.
Yes. Other than that, those are the things I wanted to touch on. If y'all have any questions for me or Aaron, since he knows the accounting records a little bit better than I do, but at least over the audit process, the overall numbers that we're opining on. If you have any questions for me.
Questions? Aaron, anything?
No, it was this is always a long process, and so I appreciate Cameron and our staff that work through all that. So,
I did forget to mention there is the GFOA award for the fiscal year 2024 that was given as well to the county, which is a big, an awesome thing to get. It's hard to get. But Aaron's already submitted the paperwork and everything to get that for 2025 as well.
So will you explain the
congratulations.
GFOA?
Yes.
Please.
So normally other counties that don't get the award, they issue an AFR. But this one is a comprehensive AFR. And the GFOA agency issues the award, but they say there's some extra stuff that that you got to do. You got to provide additional schedules in the back. There's a letter of transmittal that has to be issued, which is up at the front, and there's actually a checklist. You got to go meticulously down the list to make sure that you've done all the right things and the right criteria, and really presenting more additional information for citizens for this to be more helpful to them and other users.
Good, thank you. All right, any questions?
No, sir. No.
Entertaining motion to accept the
So moved.
second. Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice. Any no questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you all. Thank you, Aaron. and
Thank you.
Ron.
Thank y'all.
Thank you, Cameron. All right, back up to 1.2, discuss consider presentation update on New World screwworm in Texas. Megan, good morning.
Yes.
You probably need to pull that microphone down.
Can you hear me? Okay. Yes, so I was asked to come give an update for the screwworm. We do not have it anywhere near Chambers County as of now. There is still 32 or 33 cases, majority being cattle. There are 4 or 5 goats and 1 dog. The dog is not a household pet dog. It is a goat dog that lives out in the fields. I don't know how nitty gritty y'all want me to get on like how it works, but the way it is there's multiple different stages. The fly has to land on an open wound of an animal. That could be anything from a scratch it got to dehorning, castrating. Majority are that we have seen have been umbilical cords on calves or castrating the goats. That's where the 2 main things have been. The adult fly, it'll lay the eggs will turn into the larvae. That is why they're saying if you do suspect that you do have a case, to contact a vet, but don't necessarily bring it to the vet, because then you are transporting it and can potentially, it's basically maggots is what it looks like in the wound. So if it's like bouncing on the trailer or something, it could fall out. Then that worm will bury into the ground. That's where it makes the fly. So that's why they're saying leave it where it is. The biggest thing is that you just really have to watch it. If you catch it early, it is 100% treatable. It's curable. When we had that program in Winnie last week, we did have the guy, the ag agent from Gillespie County came, and he actually took the samples from the goat that they had confirmed, and we asked him, where's the goat now? And it was a show goat. They treated it. It's already sold onto a show home. So it is completely treatable. You just have to find it. The thing is, the ranchers, if they do find it, they do need to report it, whether that's to Texas Animal Health, our office, a vet. Somebody needs to confirm it, because the main way that they are treating these flies are with sterile flies. They do have a big facility down south that they're trying to get up and running to the potential it has, but they will not give us these flies until there's a confirmed case. They're not going to waste them. The thing is, the female flies only mate once, so if they will mate with a sterile fly, it will kill off that adult population. That's the deal. A lot of people are scared of. Texas Animal Health has said that if there is a confirmed case, there's a quarantine zone. We did have Animal Health there last week, the vet for the region from the Giddings office. It is not necessarily what people think a quarantine zone is. It's more of a restricted movement. So basically, you can still move in and out of that zone. You would just have to have the correct inspections and paperwork. So it's not that you can't go sell something if you need to, or people can't move in and out. And that's what I think a lot of people are scared of if they were to tell about it. But that's not how it is. So there are, and what we will see, and what some of y'all guys will see, the deer population, once it's hunting season, I think is where we are going to see it. The deer, we can't really monitor them as well. They have said that the deer are going to have 3 main different times: when they have the velvet on their horns, when they shed their horns, and when they fawn. That's going to be all open wounds for them. So that will be something that needs to be watched if y'all go deer hunting. Texas Parks and Wildlife, they are all trained. I have talked to the game warden here, and they have had meetings about if they were to find it, how they need to take the samples. If we do get the samples, they will either go to a lab in Kerrville or a lab in Iowa. Either one of those can confirm it. But there's different medicines out there. Some of them, the biggest thing is if people aren't familiar with a vet, they probably should learn a vet in the area and get to talking with them. Because some of these medicines, they do work, but they do need to be prescribed by a vet. The big thing that they did say at that meeting last week was when they can, some of this medicine is harder to get your hands on, and when they get their hands on it, they're just vaccinating everything. Well, we don't have it here yet, so we don't need to vaccinate it yet, and because we don't want to build an immunity to anything before it comes here. The flies do like hotter weather, they don't like cold weather, so if we can go ahead and make it through this until fall, they might hold off until next year. They did say the adult flies, they don't really travel more than 12 miles each, so I think it'll take a while before it gets here, but does anyone have any questions?
Question?
There's a lot to it.
Yeah. Thank you for the update, we appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's go to economic development, tourism. Took care of BJ and Judge Griffith. 5.3, discuss and consider freedom of firearms and defense chapter 31 economic development program proposal. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. If you recall, last court, the court accepted an application from Freedom Firearms and Defense for a project they're considering developing in the Mount Bellevue area. The application was accepted. However, there were some questions related to some of the structures of deal elements associated with tax abatement. Judge Griffin is here to answer any questions regarding membership, which was a key focus of Commissioner Hammond and Commissioner Dagley.
Judge, Commissioners,
Morning,
here representing Freedom Firearms. Drew just had a new baby, one of the two owners day before yesterday, so he couldn't make it. As far as, we had one request on this, if they would do that, and wanted to let the court know, and that was that we provide some kind of discount for veterans. And Commissioner Hammonds and Commissioner Dagley both requested that. Drew said absolutely they would put together a program for veterans in Chambers County for Chambers County veterans. Also, with what they're in this request, they will be providing 10% over costs for the city of Mount Bellevue and Chambers County, and also all certified police officers from Barbers Hill ISD, Mount Bellevue, and Chambers County Sheriff's Office. It's about $500 an officer is what they charge. It will be free for them to come in and fire. So my understanding, I know Chief Ellison over in Mount Bellevue said his officers are asked to fire every 30 days, go and shoot, except it's about a 40-minute trip just to the firing range and 40 minutes back that they'd have to take the officers off the street. So they consequently don't do it very often. They provide the ammunition to them, but they just don't get to shoot. This will change all that for them, and the sheriff has said the same thing. They're excited about being able to go in for free to shoot and stay qualified. So anyway, we appreciate very much you considering doing this. Drew and his partner are looking in other places in the state of Texas, and he's chosen Chambers County to be the second store. They've been very successful in the Beaumont store, and I've known him for a long time. That's the reason we took this on. We usually do big industrial projects. This is the smallest one I've ever done, but it's an important thing to the community, and we've really been embraced in Chambers County for having this range there. So,
Did you tell me Mount Bellevue's already approved it, babe?
They've already approved theirs, yes. Any questions at all? Sorry he's not here.
So moved, Judge.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Dagley, second by Commissioner Gore. No questions. BJ, you got anything else on it?
No, I was going to proceed as the requested terms would be 5%, 5 years at 100% with a review at the year 5 for performance based upon stipulation to move forward with structuring additional years of the agreement. Very similar to what we've done with Red Bull, for example. It's conditional.
Thank you, Judge.
I did want to tell y'all
Go ahead.
one other thing that happened off this, and I think BJ knows, and Lauren. Someone's monitoring your agenda, and what they did is sent a bill to our office, and it said Chambers County Commissioners Court, and they paid
our clients paid $6,900 for the application. I know your application fee is only $1,000, but I hadn't done one here in a long time. And so they did pay that. And then the crooks sent an email that same day saying, hey, you're one number off, could you send it again? And they sent it again.
Oh, no.
So they're out $14,000. So be sure and let people know they're doing business, that there's a Chambers County Commissioners Court email address that is bogus.
Judge, that's happened to me as well.
That's correct.
They emailed James and I, same thing.
Yeah, apparently they're monitoring the agenda. All the information from an application can be harvested to construction things. In the case that,
Have we done police reports on?
The sheriff asked me that, I've got to check with our clients.
John, did y'all?
We never fell for it. I let the county know. But every time that we do a tax abatement, we get an email saying that we owe a bunch more money.
Interesting.
Crook to crook.
Always somebody at it.
So we need to investigate that.
Yeah, for sure. No doubt. That's a lot of money. Especially for a small business.
Sheriff, I'll send you all the emails that we've got.
Well, we need to follow the money on the accounts.
Yeah.
Right. They rotate the accounts.
So get it to the sheriff. Thank you. All right, no other questions, comments? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. 5.4, discuss and consider TGS Cedarport Partners LP Economic Development Program application.
thank you, Judge, Commissioners. TGS Cedarport Partners is presenting this application, request for an economic development program agreement for the development of a 1 million square foot logistics and distribution facility. They are in negotiations right now for a design build suit for this tenant, who's a global retailer that is currently operating in the region. It's a $100 million project. The job creation and all the elements of that would be embodied in the agreement are noted in the cover letter. Potential job creation ranges from 110 to 120 full-time jobs, with an average inventory turn of about 47 million per year, and some additional equipment tenant improvements to the tune of $27 million. What is being requested today is to simply accept the application so that the negotiation process can move forward.
Entertained motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Tice. Questions?
Just don't make sure they pay that fake email address.
No, and we've been alerted to that, to talk to Aaron last week about how to do that. It's a sort of double-edged sword. The irony is the more detailed the applications that we've developed, because of the reporting requirements, they can put together a really substantially convincing looking letter. And so the email outreach, and so the outreach to Judge Griffith was startling. When I read it, I thought, oh my gosh. The tell, though, was coming from Chambers County Commissioners at USA.com or some bogus email address, right? So what we're going to do on our side is to try to look at what we can do. I don't know if there's any sort of encryption, but from an IT perspective, I mean, the only threat is that the applicants have to know that the only application fee that they're going to be invoiced for will be coming from the county auditor's office. And so that's the two examples that we've come to know thus far. There may be a third. Marina has a check she's been trying to address. Somebody made a payment on behalf of Enterprise Products to someone in the county for a non-existent entity, and so we've been trying to determine where that comes from. So, and wow. It's tied to anything that's harvested from the website. So on our end, we're going to ensure that the applicants know that these are the email addresses, these are the only points of contact, everything comes through us and/or the county auditor's office.
So when they apply, you'll give them a letter saying.
Yes, these are the elements. You do not receive or respond to any sort of email or outreach that doesn't come from this email.
Good. Right. All right, got a motion second. Other questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Good job, BJ.
Thank you.
One point three, discuss consider approval of resolution approving the assignment of private activity bond authorities, Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs, and containing other provisions relating to the subject pursuant to the provisions of section 137.2.044 of the Texas Government Code, where the county is sponsoring political subdivision of Seth approves such assignment of volume cap allocation by said to TDHCA. Attorney must have written this assignment.
It's an impossibly too long
you
agenda
repeat
item,
that?
Judge, so I do apologize. I just wanted to make certain that I didn't leave anything out.
Well,
Now, the
I don't think you
resolution
did.
is only a couple more paragraphs long, okay? So,
Should've put the whole
Sorry,
section.
man, go ahead.
Is that the agenda item?
the county's already been approved for this funding. This is just to let the county know that they've applied for Seth, Southeastern Texas Housing Finance Corporation is applied for to the Texas Bond Review Board for allocation of private activity bond volume cap, and that they're going to be assigning that volume cap allocation to the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs, because they have the authority under the statute to manage those funds. It doesn't change anything. These are special limited bonds, so the county is not going to be paying anything back. It's going to be limited for the purpose that it was granted to the county. So it's just giving the county notice of that assignment, but we do have to approve the resolution.
And you're recommending approval.
And I am, yes,
We've
yes,
done
I'm
it before.
yes,
Doesn't
this is
happen
not
very
something
often.
new. Yes, Your Honor.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Tynes, second by Commissioner Hammond. Questions? Hearing none, those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Dwayne.
And Judge, you passed the test. You read the entire agenda. Thank you.
It was tough. Alright, 1.4, discuss and consider filling the vacancy of Chambers County President District Board of Directors. There's been an opening for the Board of Directors. And I'll entertain a motion to.
Motion.
Votes toward whoever you like.
I make a motion that we put our votes towards Scott Campbell, former superintendent of East Chambers ISD, effective September 1st.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Dagley, second by Commissioner Gore. Questions?
Sound like a good choice.
Yeah, I think so too. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. 3.1, discuss and consider variance request by Richard Bynum to create a 5-lot minor plat. Morning, Brad.
Morning, Judge, Commissioners. Mr. Richard Bynum approached us a couple weeks ago, asking for a variance from our minor plat regulations. A minor plat is you have 4 or fewer lots, all of which have direct access to a public right-of-way. Mr. Bynum is asking for a variance, and if you'd like to, you want to speak on your behalf? I'll let him discuss if that's all right.
Sure. Morning, sir.
I hope you can understand me. I have difficulty speaking nowadays, but I need to access the liquidity of my land because I need the money. I can't afford to do the full-fledged plat for a full subdivision. I just can't afford that. But I need to sell my land. I'm either gonna have to sell the couple of acres to get by and make things financially stable in my life, or I'm gonna have to sell up everything. I have no choice between. I either have to sell that small piece of land, or I have to sell everything and move. That's my only choice.
Now, you've already sold off 3, correct?
Yeah, I sold out the lots that I subdivided for.
Yes.
And that was to pay off a bunch of bills I had and pay off my house and pay off everything else. But now I'm at a crossroad in my life. I need more money and I can't access it because of this restriction.
Okay, so you only have 1 lot left, and you're wanting to divide that lot. Is that correct, Brad?
That's correct. I own 1 lot, lot 4 of the subdivision. But I need to sell off a small portion of that lot. And I can't afford to do a full subdivision. So I need a variance on the restrictions that's keeping me from doing that.
So moved, Judge.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Dagley, second by Commissioner Gore. Any questions or comments? Those in favor?
Aye.
You have a question?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
So
Go ahead and vote again.
lot 4 is yours?
Yeah,
That's your lot? You sold the other 3?
I sold the other 3.
Okay, so that's done,
That's
said
done deal, but
Ah.
I had that one lot and I
So now
had
you're
an
splitting your
check
lot
in
that you
another lot
own.
where I live.
Okay. That seems simple enough.
Okay. All right, I got a motion and a second. Any other questions? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck, sir.
Thank you, sir.
You're
See you
welcome.
later, Richard.
3.2, discuss and consider the proposed abandonment of Avenue F from First Street east to the old railroad tracks and install town size petition by Mark Armentor.
I can't, I think that I talked to him, I see what he's doing. He's kind of old, yeah, he's way older than me, but, I'll get in touch with him and find out what's going on with that.
Get with Wells.
Hey, I sent you an email last week, I know you.
Yes, sir, we'll discuss that here in a little bit.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, Brad,
All
we're
right.
on 3.2.
Yes, sir. So, Mark Armator approached us a couple months ago asking for the abandonment of E, F, and G. Those were approved. However, in his original petition, there was a section that there was miscommunication that he left off. Now, this section that he's asking for, he owns both sides of the right-of-way. It's between First Street and the old railroad right-of-way, where those rice dryers are, or close to it. So, and it just dead ends. So it's a 200, it's 200 feet by 60, unimproved right-of-way. Same exact as what we've been doing, it's just that he simply left it off. And again, he owns both sides. There's no conflict of anyone being restricted from their property. So, but now, obviously, we can't move on that right now, we just,
Set it for a public hearing?
yes, sir, we need to set it up for August 11th.
So moved. Set it for the public hearing.
Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice, set it for a public hearing on August 11th
August
at
11th, 10 a.m.
August 11th, right, you said?
Yes, sir.
At 10 a.m. You got it, Dan?
Yes, sir.
All right, any questions? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for that.
All right.
3.3, discuss and consider approving herbicide spray operation.
Good morning, how are y'all doing?
Good morning.
Yes, so, Road Administrator Kevin, he's out of town right now, otherwise he'd be up here presenting to y'all, now y'all got me instead.
We're so lucky.
I know. So, it's just the herbicide spraying that we had done, I believe, at the end of last year. This is just a continuation on until we can, get the right equipment, right guys, and everything in. I know Kevin's working on, getting the right personnel and the right stuff in already, so, just to help bridge the gap in the meantime.
Questions?
So moved. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Hammond. Hearing no questions, those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. 3.4, discuss approving the purchase of diesel pump from petroleum materials in the amount of $38,106.39.
Yeah, so this is the replacement for the diesel pump that we have now with all of the internal mechanics and everything that we have to be able to pump everything. I know this was budgeted before, and this is just us, going on and doing that work.
So this is a capital one that we have set aside for?
Yes. It should be set aside.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Gore. You had a question, Ryan?
It just seeing if it was, I was curious of what our budget was for it. I mean, it's a need, so I'm good.
You
with
okay
it.
with it?
Yeah, I'll find out from Aaron later.
All right, those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 3.5, discuss, consider approving the purchase of fuel reader from Pump Tex in the amount of $36,977.84.
So almost the same thing, it's just for the gas pumps itself instead of the diesel side.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Gore. Any questions?
What was our, do you know what our total was?
Yeah, so the diesel pump was $39,200, so that's $1,000 into that account, and the fuel MasterCard reader was 40,700. They'll have 3,700 left.
Both under budget.
Yes.
Good. That's what I
So
said.
just a comment on that. So I've been working with Gafford trying to, we're looking at a new fueling station, but we still have a ton of vehicles going to stores and getting fuel when the fuel pumps work. And I seen one this morning on the way over here. So we need to figure out how to get that working, because the fuel we buy is considerably cheaper than what we're paying over at Sunrise or wherever else, so.
Correct.
I believe Road and Bridge is fueling in the yard, and that program is still maintaining. I know Kevin's not here to speak to it, but I'm almost positive that we have a program in place with Road and Bridge to always fuel in the yard.
Yeah.
I know
Yes,
that.
that is
we
right
need-
now what we are doing, barring extreme circumstances where somebody needs fuel and they are not able to make it back to the yard, or the truck is not
I know
able to make it
Parks
out
is
there.
back here in the back, and I would make sure your department knows to fuel in the yard at all times possible, going
Why
forward.
don't, Lauren, if you remind me, we'll send something out
Yeah, yeah.
to that effect.
It's just cheaper.
Excuse me for interrupting, I've so insisted on our people as well, to fuel in the yard.
Yeah, it's just cheaper. We need to just do that. If it's possible, if they're in the field and they need to go buy a pump, that's one thing. But if they are in Anahuac in the mornings, they should be filling up, not at Sunrise and getting breakfast. They should be filling up in the yard. And the only time they should be at a gas station is if they're eating lunch during lunch break.
So,
Unless our pumps are broke.
yeah, and we can get you can get your administrative folks that are watching that to check and see if there's somebody
Yeah.
doing it over and over again that needs to address it.
Yeah, and there's several departments. We just need to make sure we send a memo out, like you said, Judge. I think it's important to do that.
And like you said, I know
Yeah.
our department is that way right now, unless, like you said, some extreme circumstances. We have certain ones that have fuel cards now, so if they should be getting fuel at the yard, and if not, their foremen or supervisors already know about it if they're not.
Okay, good.
Good deal. Perfect.
All right, I got a motion and a second. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. 3.6, discuss and consider status of road rights of way in Chambers County that are not improved, not maintained by the county. Bobby, you're a county employee, so you don't have to fill out
That's
a
my
citizen
way.
form.
I am a contract person,
So are you doing this as a citizen or as a
No.
contract employee?
contract
All
employee.
right, go ahead.
All right.
It says presentation, but
What?
When he gets paid,
I'm
he
so
does.
eager for this presentation, Mr.
You
Hall.
better be. Brad has been fielding some questions, and he, of course, I help him to kind of pat it back and forth to see exactly what we need to do. We have a lot of unimproved, dedicated rights of ways, everywhere. I'm gonna give you a little history about all these first, and then we'll get into the meat of what we really need to do.
How many years you going back, Bobby?
1888.
Well, there. Go ahead.
Your high school days, here we go.
See what, I mean, George,
No respect.
nobody respects him, nobody. Yeah, but wait a minute though, when they get something in a crack, they call me to get them out of it.
That is true.
Something in a crack.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Bobby.
Originally, of course, Chambers County was established in 1858 from out of Jefferson County and Liberty County. You didn't know that. Well, we had Commissioner's Court, and the county seat was Wallaceville. Well, the court and different people were going roads. I'm gonna give you a few of them. They were called jury of view roads. And what those are is that in most instances, say 2 or 3 people live down the end of a trail, wagon trail, and their kids are having trouble getting to school, so they would petition the court to improve the road. Well, to improve the road, period. Okay, I mean, we're talking about a wagon trail. So, the court would send out 3 gentlemen to go and view the road, see what could be done, and then they would report back to the Commissioner's Court saying, yes.
They were the jury.
We're the jury, these 3 men. They would report back to the court to say, yes, there need to be a road there. And the court would say they would accept it, and a lot of times, if it wasn't surveyed out, then the court would have it surveyed. But let me give you an instance of some of the roads that were done back, this is when, there. Wallacefield to Houston Road. Starts at the west bank of Trinity River, goes across Mays Island, across Lost Lake, ends up over, you know where 565 makes the curve? Down, right about in there, and it would follow 565 all the way, and you read the description, it talks about the Josephs, the Kilgores, Chambers County School, and all that. And it goes over, and just before you get to 146, there's a road called Shell Dock Road. You went down it, and there was a ferry there, because there's a road across in Harris County called Ferry Road. All right? There's another one called Kipps Shipyard Road. It started in Mont Bellevue. It went south in the vicinity of 146, cut over like old 1405 went around, curved around, and he ended up crossing the bow at the Worcester Ferry crossing. That's where NRG's power plant is. Cracker Neck Road, okay. Cracker Neck Road started at the ferry up there where White's Bow and Turtle Bow come together. And then it went north to the county line. Now, where it got the name Cracker Neck, Andrea said that's where Cracker Neck, because they did a bunch of hang-ins up there, so I don't know if that's true or not, but anyway.
Crack your neck.
And then Glen, double bow to Glen Post Office. All right, you start at Eagle Ferry Road hits 562, follow it to Haynes Road, go down Haynes Road, follow Pipe Yard Road, cross the bow at the old Brown Roof Shipyard, go down to Eagle Road, go down a little bit, and there's the post office at Glen. That's at Oak Island. Wallacefield to Smith Point Road. The first one went down, you know where the curve is at White Heron? You went straight, went down, and there was a crossing on Lone Oak Bow, had a ferry there. We had ferries everywhere. Belton Lane Extension, you know, you go out the end of it, you say right now it stops out at Middleton's Gate. No, it went way out into the oil field down by the canal. That's just some of the others. And most of these were accepted when the county seat was at Wallacefield. And some were accepted when it was here at the county seat. There were a third class, which was 30 feet wide. Second class was 40 to 60 feet wide. And first class was 60 feet wide or greater. Okay. Now then, in the early 1900s, after all this is happening, here come the developers. And one of the biggest developments we had was the Winnie suburbs. There were 16,000 acres, 4 leagues. There was the Durand, the Hoggett, the Lopez, and the Valmore over there. And it goes into Jefferson County. The Winnie suburbs would get, they went and divided it up. They divided up in 20-acre places, and they would have roads around them, and these roads were 40, some of them 60 feet wide, but the lots went to the center line of it. There was also the Huffman subdivision south of town. It started where 2936 comes across. It started at the bay and went all the way out past 562. Earl A. Wheeler subdivision. It was started Crossover Road, went down to Oak Island, and Bayside took part of that. There were several railroad sections in East Chambers County that were divided up in a subdivision and a public road laid out. And every one of these roads, when they dedicated them, they said, dedicated to the public. We're the public. All right, then with some in Barbers Hill. They started at Barbers Hill, went all the way down to Trinity Bay, all down where Beach City, down in that area. All these subjects had one thing in common. They laid out lots, blocks, and rights-of-ways, and the right-of-ways were dedicated to the public. Now, if you ever go up to the Wallacefield, more of the chamber, whatever, the historical thing, okay, look for Herbert Rodenbeck's memoirs. I remember the gentleman. He came to visit with my dad, and he was a big German fella. They brought people into Winnie suburbs out of Kansas by train, showed them where everything was. They planted figs. They had a great crop. This is in the 1915 storm comes along, destroys it. They all go back to Kansas. In my early days of surveying, we get letters from Kansas, people to buy these. When all this happened, Chambers County was more than rural, it was a wilderness. Example, I have a diary written by James Madison Hall, he's a great uncle of mine. It was written from 1860 to 1866, just during the Civil War. He had property in Houston County and Liberty County. He was at one time mayor of Liberty, Texas, and provost marshal of Liberty. He loaned his horse one time to a Mr. Richardson to travel to Smith Point. Mr. Richardson was gone 4 days, returned with the horse. There are several Richardson surveys at Smith Point, land surveys. Since that time, there have been other subdivisions created with the same rights of way. My dad in the 50s just put in about 10 of the subdivisions at Oak Island. But he would grade them up and then haul oyster shelf that was being brought out of the bay, put them on it, and then the court would accept them. There was, in the 60s and 70s, there was a lot of, some of them were created by meets and bounds. In other words, just go to build a road, start selling them off by deeds, by meets and bounds. And then what happens, the citizens say, hey, wait a minute, I can't get up and down this road that you got, county, fix it. Well, the county fixed it. But then 2004 came around, and that's when the ranches at Turtle Bayou subdivision put a halt to this practice. That's when our subdivision regulations were really finalized and brought up. We have a drainage criteria manual, subdivision regulations, infrastructure regulations, and that subdivision that covered 2,000 acres and the road turned to mush. That did it. But
And they left town.
And they left town. That's right. All you know, Chambers County is growing in population, and citizens from adjoining counties are coming here to find land on which to build. And a lot of them want some acreage. Well, there's acreage where these rights-of-ways are. Now, the realtors find this vacant in the right-of-way. They purchase a lot or block, then wonder why the right-of-way of their property is not improved and maintained by Chambers County. Brad gets these calls, and he asked me to help. I have talked to American Title. They are very familiar with this situation, and they placed the following statement on their title policies. You have access by the right-of-way shown on your survey, but is an unimproved right-of-way, and Chambers County does not maintain this right-of-way or road, and they do that. All right, Brad keeps getting them though. They're still out there. So what's the solution, folks? Leave it like it is and do nothing except when the citizens call Brad, he can answer them that the county does not and will not maintain, but they're already there. Now they can go in, and we've had a situation the other day where a gentleman over in the Stoylestown site, he opened us the whole right of way, put rock on it. Now his neighbors are right up and down it after he's put the rock on it. So he's unhappy because, hey, I spent the money to fix that. Now I don't want my neighbors on it, they're rutting it up. So what do we do? We leave it like it is and do nothing except when the citizen calls, Brad can tell them the county does not and will not maintain the right of way, but if you want to create a drivable surface, you're welcome to do so. Then also tell them that the property owners on the right of way adjacent to their property or down the right of way may use the right of way when it's approved, that they've approved. We haven't approved, but they personally. To help staff, we could have meetings with title companies and realtors to convey what the county can and cannot do. That might be an answer. Do y'all have any answers? That's what we're looking for. Gentlemen?
Not everybody at once.
A lot of info.
Yeah, I don't know about me.
Yeah.
Brad, you.
So what we've got, and I'll tell you, yeah, there's a lot of these that Bobby talked about that are out in the county, but primarily it's gonna be in Winnie and Stowell, and I'll even more specific is majority of it, vast majority is gonna be in Stowell, the Stowell town site. Just because the subdivision was created in probably 1900,
Yes.
1900, and it was dedicated to the public, but not accepted into the county maintenance. So what we will allow, if somebody wants to build a house on one of these unimproved right-of-ways, we'll say, okay, you've got to sign a waiver that says, we understand that it's not improved. If we call for emergency services, and let's say it rained, a fire truck, 80,000 pound fire truck, or ambulance, police, they can't get to you. So they've got to sign a waiver acknowledging, yes, we understand the risks. And like Bobby said, there's a case where, and it's not just there, it's all over the place, where it's dedicated, and somebody who's been living there for 30 years, and they say, well, I've been taking care of this, but now we've got somebody driving up and down the road, and it's creating ruts. We just simply, we don't know what the procedure is. We don't know what to do in this case. And that's what I'm saying. I'm not sure. Do we tell them, listen, if you want to put some rock down, go ahead. Now, I do tell these, when this comes up, I'll say, look, if you improve this to county standards, we could look into taking it into the county maintenance, but it's got to come to county standards. And once they understand the true cost of just a 300-foot stretch, we know what it costs to build a road, and so they're out. But
Brad, how many miles of road do we have like that?
oh,
Ballpark.
One time we had about 350 miles that we do maintain.
but the unimproved portion.
What's unimproved?
I mean, not that many, but it's enough. Again, well, shoot, we'd have to do the numbers because there's a lot in the suburbs where they're 60-foot rights of way on those 20-acre, 40-acre tracts. So I mean, at the end of the day,
there's some in the Huffman subdivision. There's some in the Wheeler south of town.
10, 20?
I mean,
he's
10, 20 miles?
Ballpark.
it might be.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, you take 16,000 acre roads all over. 20, that's a lot of roads. There could be that many there.
And the thing is, here's the deal. All the development from the west side is slowly coming east, and there's lots of land in Winnie, especially in the suburbs, where we're probably going to run into this. Not now, maybe 10, 15 years, but it's going to be a problem somewhere down the road, and we need to address it now, sooner than later, because it's going to happen. But we just don't know what to tell the resident when they call us. It's you put down some rock, go ahead.
Have you guys called any other counties to see if they've addressed it?
Have not. That's a good suggestion.
To be honest with you, with what we go to Sarah, the Texas Association of Counties, we're probably on the forefront of doing things.
Right. Well, of course we are.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they'd probably ask us, well, what are y'all doing?
Right.
That's right.
Yeah, so it's a
We
chicken
get
and egg
those
kind of
calls.
thing.
We get those calls.
Yeah.
Yeah,
just call me.
That's
Yeah.
all I do, call-
That's
call
that's
Brad.
what they do.
Yeah, I would be willing, and would take Brad along with me, but I know that they formed a new realtor thing over on the west side. Hannah Vaughn is president of it, I think. And I went to one of their meetings the other day, and they had the title company and a surveyor there to talk to them about what they need to do. There's about 100 people there, realtors, developers, things like that. So if we get the word out, maybe that's what we can do is go to these realtors and say, hey, this is the situation you got. If you're gonna sell something out there, you better make sure you tell those people, because the title company, now they might go to some other title company that doesn't know about this and guarantee that title. And then they come back and say, wait, I can't get there.
Interesting.
I'm dealing with this problem right now, Bobby. So I have a property that's in Peach City in RWJ Air Park.
That's right.
And the road that runs alongside the airport that goes that gated subdivision and go to Wolfgang's place, that road is a private road. And there's a shared maintenance agreement with all the HOA, but nobody is wanting to maintain it. And they sent me a letter requesting the county turn it over. And they're wanting to do that because they don't want to pay to maintain it.
That's right.
And it doesn't have drainage on either side of it.
No.
So if we take it over, not only do we have to take over the road,
Drainage.
we got to correct the drainage issue that it has.
Now, we have in the past, and I think y'all stopped that, but each commissioner was given about $5,000 to take in a dedicated right-of-way and improve it in what we call a gravel road. First of all, we'd go in and cut the ditches, because we had to have some drainage. And then we'd come back, blade it up, put at least about 5 or 6 inches of rock on it, and that was the end of it. Well, eventually then, over the years, we probably have come in now and reworked it and put chip seal on top of it. But still though, why should we, the county, spend that money when it's out there? So,
When the homeowner bought the property, knowing the circumstances.
well, they might not have.
They may or not.
Now, if they went, I know that if they went through American Title, which is over in Baytown, which is doing a lot of title work in Chambers County right now, they'll know. But the thing is, they've already made the deal with, you bought XY from XY person, 20 acres out there in windy suburbs, and, oh yeah, you can go down this road right here.
So, Brad, you're making them sign the waiver when they ask for permission.
When they,
But is there times when they don't ask for permission, you go out there and it's a homeowner that's calling because somebody improves it without asking? And they're saying, hey, the road needs to be fixed now?
Now,
Or
okay.
they almost always ask for permission?
Well, no, so the waiver is not, for them to improve it. The waiver is, hey, I wanna build a road,
Just get the
I wanna
permit to
build
build
a
a
house
house. Yeah, yeah.
down here. And I was like, okay, well, you can see, and literally some cases, you have no idea it's a right of way. It's just trees.
Sure.
30, 50 foot wide. And I say, if you can get there, but you gotta sign this, because I'll tell you right now, ambulance, fire truck, they're not getting down there.
Sure.
And long as but as far as someone putting material down, that could be happening right now. And it's impossible for us to know
Sure.
exactly where that's.
And you get calls about that going, hey, this road we've been going down has potholes on it, come fix it. And you're like, well, that's not really something we
Hey, we
maintain.
have.
Or that's not something we
Just about a month ago, that's what
Okay.
Bobby was saying.
I understand.
And also Trinity Bay now, they'll put water and sewer, they'll put water and sewer down these rights of ways.
Yep. They have that right.
They have that right to do it. But that would be the thing, it's hard to head this off. The public they wanna get out in the country and have 5 acres so they can have a horse.
Don't blame the horse.
That horse is gonna be useful to get up and down that dirt road.
Yeah, might need that horse.
Gotta pull that wagon down that dirt road.
What is your suggestion?
And that wagon that's gonna pull.
I think it's, the main thing is notifying the citizens. And you do that, the best way would be through the real estate people.
Yeah, I agree.
So that's your plan,
Educate, educate, educate.
and I think it's a good.
Yeah, because I think every one of those right of ways that's come to court, there's been a different circumstance with it and a different outcome. So I don't know how you can just go, hey, this is what we're gonna do.
No, you can't do it
Yeah,
blanket,
you're
just
out.
like,
So I think it's always gonna be, you gotta look at whatever the situation is.
And heck, we've had instances when they've built in the right of way.
oh, yeah, I mean.
A barn.
Okay, Harmon Road was a jury view road. It started at 560, it started at the old Wallacefield to Houston Road. It went up, turned north, and it runs up through Legends Bay, over to Dealer Point, goes north into Mont Bellevue. Well, it went through the middle of a house. My partner and I, McCully and I, had to survey this out years ago, and got it abandoned, though we showed where it went. But I think it's been abandoned through Legends Bay. I think whoever developed it, they abandoned it there. But it's still there. And there's one, if you go out 65, you turn right on Sterling Drive, that goes out into the oil field. They're everywhere.
Like I said, I agree with Commissioner Hammond and Dagley. I think every situation is different. Unfortunately, I think we're going to have to continue down the path we're going unless y'all come up with something different. I mean, because every road, and we don't know who's blocking who. I mean, Brad and I have been experiencing that coming and going and winning and Stowe. So I just see us having to continue the process that you're doing, which is good for us.
But
I don't
to
think
keep
one
those-
size fits all.
But I think we owe it to the citizens to say, hey, these are unimproved.
That's fine. If y'all can come up with a letter and we can get with Samantha's office, we can push that out to the public and push it out to the real estate companies. We can do that through the county, and us as commissioners, we can share that on our pages, and we can do that.
Yeah, and there's probably not a realtor right now that doesn't know my number, so that I can, if we come up with something, then I'll start getting it out to you.
That's what I'm saying. Samantha can forward this out, and we can forward this to all the local real estate companies around here. And the president and the survey companies of American
Yeah,
Idol.
well, I think the two we have in Chambers County are very aware of it.
It's the outsiders.
I mean, it was, I got a Chambers surveying map. You showed me a map the other day. Some guy surveyed in Chambers County. He came from down around Alvin somewhere.
Everybody's looking for a good deal. But no, I think y'all doing a good job. I think it's just a different.
He's done a good job.
Difficult situation that you're in, but you're doing a great job.
All right, no action.
No.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Bobby, for the history lesson.
We-
All right, no action on 3.6.
Yeah, we'll work on something.
It's 10:40 a.m. We're gonna take a 10-minute break. We'll come to order at recess, 10:54 a.m. And Zach, you out there?
Yes, sir, he's out there. Zach.
4.1, discuss consider the purchase of right of way along Daisy Lane.
Yes, so I know we've purchased a couple of pieces of right of way along Daisy Lane. Just to kind of a little bit of background for it as well. We have the easement for the right of way. This is just to clean up the fee aspect of that right of way for us. With this, there's actually two parcels being purchased, both E and G.
Questions?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Gore. No questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. 4.2, discuss consider moving 35,000 from CO 24 precinct 3 to CO 25 I-10 ramp reversal.
Yes, so I had brought this item up last court, and we had discussed a little bit about it. We tried to move it from one of the other items from Chambers Parkway. This is just to come back and clean up, move it from CO 24 precinct 3 road and drainage fund, and then I discussed with Tommy we're going to reimburse some of that fund back with some equipment, like leftover money that we had bought from capital equipment.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Tice. Any questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. 4.3, discuss and consider change order number 1 to Carter Construction for paving design changes for the Timber Ridge roadway repair project, amount of $35,400.
Yes, so this change order is basically just changing the underneath of the pavement design. That we're going to change it hopefully to it's a limestone base with 2% of cement. This would allow the residents to get in and out of there, as well as the construction timeline to quicken up so that we can get in and out of there as quick as possible with less disturbance to the residents.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Tice, second by Commissioner Hammond. Questions?
No, this is just, it's a single entry subdivision, so we just had to have the road where it was, keep at least one side of it passable all the time,
Yes.
Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. 4.4, discuss and consider the purchase of right of way along Lockridge Drive.
Yes, so TxDOT is doing a bridge replacement for one of their off-system bridges here. 2 parcels are needed on both sides of Turtle, I think it's Turtle Bayou, right there. Lee Gully, sorry. Thank you, Bobby. Trying to remember, there's a lot of them right there.
Historian back
He's
here.
still here.
Oh yeah, keeps me straight. So it's 2 parcels there, going to be on the west side of the existing bridge now. They're going to keep the existing bridge passable and construct one side of the new one, and then once that's complete, construct the other side after demoing the existing bridge now. This right away is what they given to us that we needed to acquire for this project.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gore, you second, Mark? Second by Commissioner Tice.
Has both property owners accepted?
Both property owners have accepted.
Can we, if we already have not, can we please email TxDOT?
Yes.
This is a very important project.
I was waiting on the approval for today to send out that email.
Okay.
Hammond second, George.
Yep.
No, Mark.
The only thing right now that we're kind of finishing up waiting on is the title company with the finishing of the docs, and once I have that, we'll get everything signed.
Alright. 4.5, discuss, those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. 4.5, discuss considering an easement to Chambers County Logistics Terminal CCLT.
Yes, so CCLT wants to extend and cross the Kilgore drainage channel right there to add another rail for their section. They've already given us a preliminary report of everything. We've had TNP look at it already, and everything looks copacetic good right there. They're gonna have to do some mitigation as well. Spoke with them yesterday, and they are willing to design to the full extent. They're basically, I'm trying to figure out the right way to say this, sorry. they're willing to go above and beyond, and I know we have some property there that they're willing to basically create more capacity using that as well for us. I know that there can be some partnership between there. They asked for a couple considerations just for that their development be considered, and if we end up giving credits or something like that, that's solely up to y'all after the fact, but there's some talk there that they would like to have.
So-
and then, go ahead.
Well, we've been in talks with them on this project for this easement.
Mhm.
And it's gonna be, as we discussed, there was some contingency about the detention basin potentially.
Correct.
Have we had that conversation yet with?
I talked with them yesterday, and barring and working out an agreement with them, they are willing to design that full detention basin for us, and then as well as take the dirt that we excavate from that property and store it on site for them. They're willing to take that dirt if we would want them to as well.
So so it's safe to say if we grant this easement, it can be contingent upon them doing that design?
We can grant it contingent on design and working out an agreement with them. And then we'll get with a meeting with them, as well as, I'm assuming you'll probably want Nathan or Dwayne in there to work out the agreement with them.
Okay. I make a motion to grant the easement contingent upon CCLT designing the detention basin for the county.
Second. Again, a motion by Commissioner Dagley, second by Commissioner Tice. Any questions?
No, sir. Dwayne, will you get with Road and Bridge and Zach in particular about that, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll get with you, Dwayne, on a time we can meet with them, and we'll get it set up.
All right, those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Zach.
Thank you.
Will you get Sam in here, please? 5.1, discuss, consider approving loan to Chambers County Youth Project showing amount of $861,855.33 to cover exhibitor payout and outstanding bills. Good morning, Sam, Robbie.
Morning. You wanna take it? So, as you all know, we had a very successful year. We were up 25% in our sales this year, so our exhibitors are going to collect $1,580,000. We have been working with the auditor's office. They have given us the all clear to go ahead and issue our payment checks to our exhibitors. In order to do this, we're going to ask for a temporary loan from you guys in the amount of $861,000.
I do just wanna add that we are over 50% collected already, with one invoice being sent out, second round invoices going out this week. So we're doing pretty good on collection. And then, Ashley's not in here anymore, but I wanna thank Ashley's office because we actually are now 100% collected from last year. We had those two.
Congratulations.
Yes.
That's all Ashley on those last two that were hanging out. But, we had two that we were struggling to collect, and she helped us out and we got those paid. So, another year of 100% collection, and we'll be there again this year with this one, so.
Well, after you do your second round of mail out, do y'all do courtesy calls, or what do y'all do?
We do 3 mail out, so they get 90 days to pay their invoice before we start calling. And then, but yes, we personally call every single person before we escalate to even a certified letter. They get a call from us, to make sure that we can collect as much as we can. Some people, mail system, they don't get it. Sometimes their addresses change. We've had a couple addresses that are transposed a number here or there, so that call does help. And we wanna give people the benefit of the doubt when we can. And we also will work with somebody, we've done it in the past, they've come in and maybe spent a little more than they should have, or their financial situation has changed. We've worked out payment plans with them just to get that collected. We try not to do that, we prefer a single payment, but if that is what makes sure that we get that money collected, then we'll do that with them too. So a lot of times talking to them on the phone, we'll be able to kind of figure out what's going on and work through that. This is the first time that we've actually had to get Ashley's office involved. We've usually been able to collect just sometimes with a little bit of legwork, but we go 3 paper invoices mailed. They also gonna be an email. After that, we go certified letter, and then while we're doing that, we'll start calling.
So when we're soliciting buyers, or like next year when y'all send out notices to our buyers, y'all put a deal in there saying, hey, we prefer you pay within 30 days, yada, yada, yada.
10 days within receipt of invoice
Okay.
is what it says. It used to say 10 days within 10 days of the show, but we're not even done entering data. So there is a timeline on when they're supposed to pay us.
Can we do can we get more email addresses and do more emails with the postal system? Not talking bad about anybody, but with the postal system being the way it is sometimes, and put a red tag where we know they opened it and got it, it'd be a lot easier.
Yeah, so we do collect email addresses for new buyers, and then as they check in, if we're able, assuming we don't have a big bottleneck, we do try to collect email addresses then. And then when we go to the certified letter, we get a note saying that they received it. So if they never pick it up, then we assume, we give them benefit of the doubt and assume, well, they never received it. So then we really work hard to call them at that point. But we try to do as much legwork as we can and make sure that, you know, the whole time we're reassuring them that we appreciate them and we're not trying to we don't want to create any bad blood. Things change, things happen, and then, so we always try to keep that positive tone even when we're collecting.
Motion for approval, Judge.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Hammond. Any other questions?
Thank you.
I'll pay up.
Those in favor?
I'm paid.
Thank you.
I'm paid.
Sam, thank you. Great job.
Thank you. Yeah, you're all paid.
Good job. All right, 5.2, discuss, consider approving a construction contract with Teal Civil Construction LLC in the amount of $267,190.64 for the construction of landfill road and associated drainage improvements. Authorize the county judge to execute all necessary contract documents.
This is the road to nowhere will be a road to somewhere, and then we'll be able to use the cell. So Brian and his team are great. We worked with them on a couple different projects. They actually came out to YPS and added $100 onto every child in the auction. So we love when our vendors come out and support our kiddos at YPS too. But they do a great job, and we're excited to work with them. I know Commissioner Hammond has talked to Brian quite a few times, and they're going to hit the ground running. So I don't even think they read the contract. I sent it to them, and then they sent it back signed. So they trust us.
Good.
They do great work.
They do great
So
work.
moved.
Second. Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Gore.
It's long awaited.
Thank God. I know.
Yeah,
questions?
and he actually, mobilized a little bit early, so just to help us out, so.
He's great.
Person started.
All right, those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you guys. Have a good day.
6.1, discuss and consider using hotel occupancy tax funds to pay overtime for mowing parks on the water not to exceed $20,000.
Yeah, good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners.
Afternoon already? Morning.
The 7 parks that we want to add, with the weather that we've had in the last couple months, slowing us down on the mowing. We do get a lot of phone calls from constituents, from commissioners. Why hasn't this been mowed? Well, we didn't mow it last week. The grass was just growing at a really high rate. We are out there working hard. 7 parks that would affect this would be Fort Anahuac, Whites Park, McCullum, Cedar Hill, Hugo Point, Double Bayou, and Joe Beeson.
Yeah,
So-
I spoke with John, and this is a good use for these funds. These mowing guys can go to either 12s, 512s, to get this mowing done, or 510s or whatever, to make some overtime. But we have the plenty of mowing in these parks that could be done to help us get caught up, because you go out here, and I mean, I've had numerous calls on the park saying, hey, we're out here trying to play disc golf or walk or whatever, the grass is knee high or shin high. Mosquitoes are eating us up, one thing to the other. So, I mean, I just figured we'd put this on here to see if the court had an appetite for it, so they could work some extended hours in these parks and get them knocked out and do the other work, the courthouses and the annexes and stuff during their 40 hours.
The extended hours would this money would just be used for these, when they're mowing these parks.
The overtime
And they
hours
have
are
to let
just
us
for
know,
these
yes,
parks
sir.
on the water.
Whether Saturday or even Sundays.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm over the 8 o'clock Sunday night. Try to keep up on that.
Aaron is, I mean, the money's there, and so it's available.
Yeah, there's actually on that annex in the rain yesterday.
Yeah.
So it's-
All right.
Motion for approval, Judge.
Second, Your Honor.
Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice. Any questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
And John is gonna be keeping up with the mowers and the guys and the time.
Yes, sir.
In the parks, so it will be documented and sent to auditors.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, John.
I assume we're looking ahead next year, I mean, cause
Yes.
I mean, we just keep adding stuff and we just, you know,
I mean,
we're
we've
fixing to
got-
have Chambers Parkway and we got, just all the stuff that we've added, so.
Yeah.
McCollum Park, it's fixing to expand.
Yes, sir.
You're right.
Double, so.
And we've got, you know, we've got 6 high school kids that, I mean, that work every day. We got we're out there. You just, some things like double body, you can't get out there to mow. There's just no way.
Right.
So that's, you know, we, I think a lot of the summer events, we got mowed before. We took care of those. And we get phone calls Monday or Tuesday of a July 4th event or big events at the parks. We focus on those, and those come up every once in a while. That's my number one focus. Make sure the events are taken care of, and then of course if y'all call or you know, just to the peace call or somebody, we take care of that.
Yeah, I actually had to ask for one the other day, so.
Yes, sir.
It was appreciated.
Yes, sir.
So they had a, celebration of life event, so. We appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, John.
Thank y'all.
Thank you, Johnny.
Okay, 7.1, discuss, consider approving BKP Design Group LLC to provide architectural and engineering services in the amount of $27,000 for the proposed expansion of the new showboat at White's Park. Mike?
Yes, good morning, Judge, Commissioners.
You moved on me.
So this is basically, we're gonna tear down the old and build a new.
So this is phase 2 of the show barn.
This is show barn phase 2.
Yeah, at White's Park, so, we're getting architectural done. We've been working with, actually with Enterprise on, some stuff they got going on, and it looks like they're gonna be able to help fund that second phase of that project, so, we're excited about that. So, this will get our drawings done for us, so, once we get the money in the right place, we'll be able to move forward, so.
Right, per Chris, we do have money for this portion of it right now.
Correct.
All right, entertain a motion.
So move.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Gore. Any questions, comments? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. 7.2, discuss, consider approving Arnold Construction proposal for new sign shop project amount of $487,250.
Judge, we need to go 7.3
Oh, that's right.
first.
All right, let's go 7.3. Discuss, consider approving transfer of funding from CO 24 heavy haul truck in the amount of $185,000 and CO 2024 road and bridge sand truck balance in the amount of $11,984.74 to the new sign shop project.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice. Questions? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. 7.2 now. I've already read it, so wait a minute.
Yes, so 7.2 is to select Arnold Construction for their proposal to do the new sign shop.
So moved, Judge.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Hammond. Any questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. 7.4, discuss and consider approval of CPR 013, the amount of $7,343.22 to Carter Construction for local jurisdiction, required fire riser modifications, the new Chambers County Soccer Complex.
Yeah, this was reviewed and we finally got some updated answers, and this basically takes care of one piece of the CC Mud 1's request.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Dagley. Any questions?
These are mandatory changes, Mike.
Say again?
These are mandatory changes for the risers.
Yes.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
All right, those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. 8.1. I'm sorry,
If
Mike.
I can add, we're still working with Infomark on the meters and the taps and
Sure.
since April.
I saw a letter from the mud attorney or from the mud engineer approving the water usage even with temporary. I know that they basically indicated there was gonna be no issue. They know there's a holdup, but we would have no issue with,
Just have
water
to
in
get an
the.
extra meter and water, basically water the fields. When we
Yeah.
Get started planting grass.
Yeah.
Water the fields through the fire hydrant.
Yeah, that's what I was told, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Alright, thank you, Mike.
Yes, sir.
8.1, discuss and consider transferring funds from CO 24 SW002 in the amount of $38,750 to CO 23 SW015 for emergency electrical upgrades at the Winnie collection site. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Yes, sir. Transferring funds from CO 24 SW002 of $38,750 to CO 23 SW015, as you said, for electrical upgrades.
So moved, Judge.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Hammond. Questions?
We got that started yet?
Yes, sir. We're well on the way with it.
All right.
Much needed.
Alright, no other questions, those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. 10.1, discuss and consider appointment of fire advisory board members.
Fred is not gonna speak, he went in and left, Judge.
Oh, yeah.
Who did?
Fred.
Anybody see Ho's apple out in the hallway? What's his name? Sorry, white guy. Mitch.
Midge.
We'll get his last name, Mitch something. Sankey Nicky. Yeah, he's coming. Good morning, Ryan. We're on 10.1.
What'd I miss?
Nothing, man, y'all are waiting on dime.
Yeah,
Hey.
we was missing you.
Look, if y'all didn't want me to be late, why y'all let there be cookies in the? I'm just proud that I didn't get any on my shirt. But anyway,
You did.
I'm so embarrassed. Okay, so pursuant to the board that was the court form last time, I submitted some names, trying to have regular community mentors, local business people, people with management knowledge, business knowledge, some fire knowledge, and so I submitted more names, and that was my goal, was to give you some names to choose from, and as long as where they live and a little bit about their background there. So, according to the framework that was approved last court, you just would select 5 of those voting members from that list, and 2 of them need to have a 3-year term instead of a 2-year term, so it's staggered. And then they can elect a chairperson. You don't have to. You could, but the framework also says that they can have their first meeting and decide which one wants to be the chairperson. So the other part is down where it says advisory members. Those would be non-voting persons that would just serve as an advisory role to help the committee if the committee needs it. They wouldn't be intended to direct the committee or make the decisions for the committee. They would just be what it says, an advisory participant. And that can be expanded later if the court wants to modify that.
So do we have a list of those names in the packet?
I do, yes. Do you need a copy?
Yeah, I don't,
There's none in the package.
it's not in the packet.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
It was on the agenda item, though. I listed it under the description of the background info.
I can't find it.
Yeah, the name.
If you want me to hand it to you, I can.
Yeah.
And the judge can read it or want me to read it.
How many do you have total?
We got 7 total that agreed to serve. Dave Wilcox, Brad Moon, Julie Hall, Claudia Parita, Bruce Oliphant, Stephen Guidry, and Randy Burnham.
And we had to do 5 of the 7.
Yes.
And then you got
Yes.
3 advisory board members.
And those are all, did you seek those out for selection, Ryan, or did they volunteer?
No, I reached out, asked if they would be interested in serving the court has formed a committee, and they said yes, so.
Is 7 too many to have on the committee?
Maybe so. I think if you get too
I think it's
big.
structured for 5, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
That's what we structured it for.
But here's the thing though, if you have people interested, I don't think anybody's feelings gonna be hurt. But someone in 2 years may say, I don't wanna do this anymore, then you have some names that you can.
So you moved 2 of them down to advisory members?
You could.
I know we also had an email from Jason Soto that I forwarded you.
Yes.
That's interested in serving as well, but he would be a member of the advisory because he is a firefighter, I believe.
Yes, he's
with
affiliated
code.
with one of the departments.
Yeah, so because he's affiliated with the department, he would only be able to serve as a non-voting member, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
And I drafted the item before I got that, but I'm glad you brought that up because I forgot.
So, do we need to include the advisory members in this vote, or just this?
I would say so.
Yes, I would too.
That would fill out the entire seat of the board if we added Jason
Right.
Soto to the advisory and then selected 5 and the other 2 could go into the advisory role. So all 7 would get to serve, but only 2 would be non-voting, right? Is that what you're meaning,
If that's
Judge?
what you wanted to do.
We could, yeah.
Or you could
they'd be
say-
advisory members.
They'd be advisory,
Like
but
the rest of
non-voting,
them, yes.
yes, but they would have input, and they're volunteers, and they obviously wanna get engaged from the community, so I think that'd be beneficial, right?
So you wanna include Jason
Soto.
As an advisor.
As an advisory, I would add him to the list as an advisory. He showed interest in, based on the agenda item from last time, and was really engaged,
It's
so.
SOTO, right?
SOTO, yes, sir.
Alright, so let's each choose one. Start with you, Commissioner Gore. One off this list.
Yeah, I need to see the list.
Oh, you don't have a list.
You can get pass it down.
Just put your initial by the one you want. You can read it out. All five of them, so.
It's like we're picking a basketball team or something here.
I want him on my.
First pick, second pick, third pick, fourth pick. Wait a second, we didn't have a draft order here.
Should pull numbers.
Alright, so we got Dave Wilcox, Brad Moon, and Julie Hall. So far.
I narrowed it down for you.
I got 3.
I know, but.
Alright, so 5 members, voting members. Dave Wilcox, Brad Moon, Julie Hall, Stephen Guidry, and Randy Berlin. And then 2 advisory would be Claudia Beretta and Bruce Oliphant. And then the other advisory member is Brad Crone, your sheriff's office representative, fire marshal's office representative, and Jason Soto. Sound correct?
Sounds correct to me.
Motion by Commissioner Tice, second by Commissioner Gore. Would you pass that back to Ryan, please? Or Danny, you may wanna make it.
Yeah, Danny may want it.
You could have it.
Can I have it one? Thank you.
I got a motion and a second. Are there any questions?
No, sir, good job, Ryan.
Thank you,
Those in
sir.
favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Be sure and tell them we thank them for being willing to serve, Ryan.
I certainly will. Thank you.
Thank you, good job.
Thank you, Ryan.
Alright, we're down to 14.1, discuss and consider the organizational chart, organizational structure of Chambers County Health Department. We're taking that to executive session. And now consent, precinct 4.
None.
Oh, by the way, we'll pull 19.60. Precinct 3?
Yep.
No.
2,
I'm good, Your Honor.
1.
And how about to take to executive 1911, 1912?
The grant stuff.
Yeah, the bring stuff in 1920 and 21.
1911 and 1912.
1920 and 19.21.
1920 and 21.
Yes, sir.
All right, I entertain a motion to approve everything except 1911, 1912,
Second.
1920, 1921, and then pulling 1916. Got a motion by Commissioner Tice, second by Commissioner Hammond. Hearing no other questions, those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. 1124, we'll recess to, sir.
Just wanted to, let the court know since, Pastor Lee is here from Memorial, Church, and so, Methodist Church, just to let you know that they're in agreement with the lease renewal and for the terms that were, discussed in the contract. And so, as soon as we, I have a copy, and so we know, we get it signed, and then, but they have a meeting next week, and so, just wanted to let you know that we're moving forward.
Okay, so if everybody doesn't know, what we've done is completion date for, we discussed this tonight on agenda item.
No. No,
We
because it's really
discussed
just a lease with
Yeah,
Methodist
okay.
Hospital.
I was just gonna give an update, I guess, do the public comment.
Thank you, Pastor.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Pastor.
All right, so it's 11:25 a.m. We'll go to executive session for the items that were mentioned. And personnel, sale, purchase of real property, and litigation. Alright, court come to order after executive session, it's 3:22 PM. Going to 14-1, I'll entertain a motion.
Yes, Judge, motion to divide the Chambers County Health Department into 4 departments, being the Health and Wellness Department, Public Health Department, WIC, and Jail Medical.
So moved, Your Honor. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Dagley, second by Commissioner Tice. Any questions, comments? Hear none, those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Now we're going to consent, 1911, 1912, 1920, and 21.
So moved, Judge.
Second, Your Honor.
Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice. Any questions? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. 3:22 PM, we are adjourned.